Oh, ah. I didn't put the Kerbal thing on the running. All right, hang on. The picture should update now. The picture at the top. Okay. Well, some may be intended. At least not at the moment. There we go. We're in orbit with this. This is like, what was it? Third test of this thing. We actually got a contract this time, so we've got to orbit around Kerbin. Let's separate these. And the problem we had last time was we never had any power, did we? We never had any power. That's what we did last time. We forgot to put solar panels on it. All right. So space RH. There we go. There we go. We're free. We'll just do an orbit. We'll just do an orbit to get the contract. Have we done the whole orbit yet? Must have. Still says orbit around Kerbin. Orbit around Kerbin. We've orbited around Kerbin, haven't we? Anyway, because it's got way too much fuel aboard than what we need, I wonder if we can offload stuff to a space station. Spacehawk 1 is there. Spacehawk 1 is there. Where's L30? No, not L30. Cafe Alpha. That might be an easier one to go to, because we still need to test this thing whether we can dock to something else. We've got 1.2 degrees of inclination change. That's an ascending node, so we'll set it to descending. The main engine started. We can deorbit the launch stage later as well. So 1.2 degrees. Why hasn't it said orbit around Kerbal? Why isn't there a tick there? There's a tick here, but why isn't there a tick there? You know what? I bet he's not on board. That's why I bet it is. We haven't got that Kerbal. Hang on. Danbert. It's going to be something stupid. He's not even aboard. Well, there's the problem. I forgot to bring a Kerbal. We left a Kerbal behind. We left a tourist behind. All right, okay. All right, never mind. We'll have to do this again. Warp there. Right, we'll try and offload some of this fuel and then go back. And hopefully this is going to work this time. There's no parachutes on board in case the worst happens. Zero 0.9 degrees, 0.8, 0.7, 0.6, 0.5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A little bit of adjustment with the RCS. Right, prograde. Don't have a huge amount of battery power storage on this, and we've got 400. That'll do. Do a couple of orbits to make sure we're close to the station as possible on the next orbit. Right, and then raise our orbit, and then the next orbit from the maneuver node will be just 0.5 kilometers away. Make sure the new periapsis isn't going too low. It'll be 105. It's fine. Hello, Galaxy Bolt. How are you this evening? I'm just stretching a sec. I just took on a contract and I left one of the tourist Kerbals behind, so we'll have to do the contract again. I accidentally didn't put one of the tourists on board. And can you believe it? So Anna is the only tourist aboard. Right, so Danbert's back home, right? What are we doing? We're going to do this maneuver. Try and experiment to see if we can get this to dock to the station this time, because we had terrible placement of RCS last time, and it was really difficult to dock to the station. Okay, the next orbit will be just 0.1 kilometers away. What does the accident report look like? Due to administration oversights, one of our tourists for your contract had not been allowed on board the flight. Sorry. He was carrying contraband, that's what he is. And when he didn't get through check-in, he didn't get through the check-in desks. Not check-in desks, what's it? The airport scanners. He was carrying something on it, like a lighter or something. He was carrying a lighter. It reminded me of Kansai now, because when I fly away overseas, I always go fly through Kansai. And was it Kansai? Yeah, I think it was Kansai. And when as the queue to get through the scanners, the airport scanners, you've got like a little museum of all sorts of stuff you're not allowed to take on flights, and they've got little glass cabinets and stuff you can't take. And at the end, it's got lighters, and there's this like thing of put your lighters here. And I can't remember what it was. Did I take a picture of it? I didn't take a picture of it. But it's like one of the displays, one of the cabinets. It had lighters on it, but they weren't in the display. Instead, they were all stacked on top, a big pile stacked on top, because people were carrying them on them. And they realised, you can't take them onto the plane, you can't take them. So they were just dropping them off on the displays on this little like museum thing when you're in the queue. You just reminded me of that. Yeah, maybe Danbert was carrying something he shouldn't have been carrying. Maybe he had spatula on him or something like that. TSA, it's just a Transportation Security Administration, so I'd work for space transport. Yeah, because you've got the TSA. I've heard stuff about the TSA but in the States. They're really strict, aren't they? But to be honest, I haven't travelled to the States yet. I was planning before life things happened, but we'll go there one day. Yeah, if I can get employed again, that's the next place I'm going. It's to the States. There we go. Right, let's see if we can get the RCS to work now. Which docking port should we go to? We open that. Right, we've got that docking port there, set as target. Okay. Oh, hang on. We got this problem now. We got the solar panels might be in the way. Well, we'll find out how much they're in the way now. There's no lights on this either. If we control from here, now I did turn this docking port around at one point, so we may need to flip this again depending on which way it's facing, because it's got the 3-pointing star thing on there. I think the up point is there. Right, gone too far. That reminds me of the portrait of Ross, which was made by a man after the husband died of age. Hang on. I'll read that now. The portrait of Ross, which was made by a man after his husband died of HIV. It was a pile of 79 kilograms of candy. Visitors started to take a piece of candy here and there, and the pile slowly decreased in size until it died. Was that some piece of artwork? When you said Ross, my first thing came to mind was Betsy Ross, and I thought, what, a flag? Diana Ross. What other Rosses are there? Kind of miss American candy, to be honest, because there was a shop in my town. There's a little shop in my town, an independent shop. They used to import lots of American candy. It was always awesome. It was always awesome stuff. My mother loved the Rocky Roads. You know? Yeah, this is not as easy to dock as the others, is it? Oh, come on. Dock, will you? Oh, there you go. Many portraits of Ross have been made in different museums because it's all it is 79 kilos of candy in a pile. Okay, right, hang on. What are we going to do without this fuel now? We've got all the fuel in there. We've got fuel in there. Fuel in there. Fuel in there. Is this your main space station? This is the space. I got two big space stations I use. This is one of them. This one's the one that probably gets the most use. I think you might have seen the Space Hawk on stream, haven't you? Space Hawk. Space Hawk's the other station. Space Hawk's a bit more impressive than this. Right. So we got F5. Save. Right, M. Let's find Space Hawk. So what's the name of this? Where are we at the moment? Cafe Alpha. See, this one's called Cafe Alpha. Where's Space Hawk? Space Hawk 1. There you go. Switch to. Space Hawk's got loads of fuel on it. I was originally intending Space Hawk to be further out by Minmus or somewhere, but I've just left it by here for the time being. It's got tiny engines on it, so it can move itself. But this was meant to be science. You got Kerbal's on here generating science. Does anyone recognise it? Does anyone recognise it? What I modelled it on? I don't know. Can I post links in chat? Let me just try and find. Space Hawk. Let me try and find Space Hawk, the Space Hawk from the 1980s television series I used to watch when I was little. Try and find a picture of it. I'll try and put a picture in chat once I find a good enough picture. Moderators in the channel owner can post Steam links. Thank you for telling me that. There we go. That's a good enough picture. Oh, here's a picture of it anyway. Oh, it's 404 not found. That's typical. But there was a Jerry Anderson series in the 80s, and the only model to actually survive, because the series, all the models and sets were actually destroyed, the only one to survive to present day was Space Hawk, which was one of the space stations. Nope, 404 not found. Great. No, I can't find any pictures of it. Damn it. View image. No, that's not working either. This is really quite frustrating. It's really quite frustrating anyway. For what film show were the models except Spacehawk destroyed? For what reason? Don't know. Don't know. There was a story. Oh, Terrorhawks was the name of the series, by the way. Yeah, there's pictures online anyway. There's hang on. If I turn off automatic scene switcher, if I turn off automatic scene switcher for a minute and go to my desktop. Right, if I go to my desktop, you see, this is the model. This is the model that I modelled it on, Spacehawk. They were the only ones to survive when all the models were destroyed from the TV series. And there was a story how it was saved by the person who made the original model. Anyway, let's go back to Kerbal, automatic scene switcher. But that's what I based it on. That's what I based it on. Making sure. Anyway, we're going to Space Center now. Where's chat? I've lost chat. Come back to the top of the screen. There you go. Chat's there. So Bob lives on Spacehawk 1. Yeah, Bob's there, I think, isn't he? Bob's there. There's a bunch of Kerbals up there. Where are we? We were just docked to Cafe Alpha. Where's Cafe Alpha? Cafe Alpha. Cafe Alpha. Okay, we removed some fuel, didn't we? We removed some fuel from here. Now, we didn't test this. We tested this, so it's got the CEG is right if the fuel is all empty or the fuel is all full, but we didn't test it whether it would have fuel in one tank. So what we'll have to do is once we disconnect and trying to even out the fuel in the 3 fuel tanks. All right, so let's try and load Cafe Alpha up with fuel. There we go. Well, it didn't take much, did it? It doesn't carry very much. Right, F5. Right, get in here and disconnect. Undock. TRN. Okay. Oh, I might have said in one of the previous streams how I've got a contraption to land on Minmus, to mine Minmus. This is this was docked on this end of the space station is actually the old contraption to land tugs. I've got a newer version of this. Rather than deorbit it, I just attached it to the space station for no particular reason. But we got a newer version of this contraption here that in orbit of Minmus, and then our tugs can connect to it and it can physically land the tugs and refuel the tugs on the surface. So I'll have to demonstrate that at some point, because it's really impressive how that works. It's really impressive. Right, let's bring these Kerbals back. Right, in order to get the CG right, we'll have to try and evenly distribute the fuel between the tanks. Oh, hang on. Control from here. Get the control from right. Close that. Right, tanks. That tank there. That tank there. Because we haven't tested it, we've got fuel all in one tank. I've got a feeling the CG will be too far back. Have I thought about making a geostationary station? How far out is geostationary orbit on Kerbin? How far out is it? Because we don't need Cafe Alpha and Spacehawk in low Kerbin orbit. We could move Spacehawk out to geostationary, couldn't we? Because Spacehawk has got its own engines on it, albeit very small ones. I mean, what is the orbit then? Well, let's get this tourist back, and then we'll get the other tourist in to do their flight, and then maybe we can punt Spacehawk out there to the higher orbit. Because if we use the other tug for the other tourist, we can bring fuel up. We can refuel Spacehawk. Or stick some more fuel aboard. F5. Right, we'll lower the orbit to 80 by 80, and then we'll deorbit this thing. Let's see if we can bring this thing down in one piece. There's no parachutes aboard, so we've got to land it. Right. There's 80, 84, 83, 82, 81. Kirby's synchronous equatorial orbit, or geostationary, is a circularly uniform altitude of 2,863 kilometers from KSP. All right, okay, we'll try it. We'll try it. Well, let's get this thing back. Let's get these Kerbals back, and then we'll try it. We'll probably have to do that in about an hour's time once we got get this Kerbal, get this tourist back, and then do the other tourist flight. We'll use that other tourist flight to refuel Spacehawk, and we could take Spacehawk out there. Because it was my original intention to have Spacehawk on a higher orbit, but I just left it in low orbit at the moment. Okay. Right. Set the apoapsis, right. Put to there. Of course, it may take longer if this crashes, and because if we can't land this properly, then we may have to bring one of the easier to use the older tugs up, connected up, take the Kerbals across, and then load a quick save. So we'll have a quick save before we load a quick save before we do the deorbit burn. Right, 80 by 81, that'll do. We'll quick save now. Look for the mountain range. Stretch my legs a little. Again, my cat is on the buffet under my desk, so I'm sitting a bit awkwardly on my chair. So if you hear fidgeting about, I'm just trying to fidget a bit. Right, let's do a slow save here just in case. No, we accidentally do a quick save in the wrong position or something, or right now. F5. I'll do. Again, I don't have a huge amount of experience bringing space planes back from orbit. So I'm not sure if we need to keep going in a backwards direction to use the engine to slow us down a bit more, or whether we should just go forward and try and aero brake it by, having a bit of angle of attack on. I'm not sure which is best yet. If we bring the fuel tanks up so that if we need to change C of G in flight, we can do that. We can at least click some things and do that. Depends how steep you're coming into the atmosphere. Yeah, we're not coming in that steep. But it's going to naturally flip around anyway. I mean, we could always just... So I think it's spinning because it's trying to hold the other way. I had it hold in retrograde. Come on, it should flip around. There we go. Come on, come on. Do we need to get a bit more fuel in the front? There we go. Okay. Because I normally fly aircraft without SAS on. So we went out of control last time, didn't we? is this engine, the Wolfhound, is really a space engine, not an atmosphere engine, isn't it? I mean, you'll probably tell me whether it's any good for this job. Because, I mean, this is like meant to take the role of a space tug mainly. Everything is under control. Remain completely calm. So one of the problems I've got, and I've actually had experience of flying aircraft in real life, is I flare too early. Albeit many years ago. Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine. Again, those bottom fins, we know they break off. We know they break off. It's okay. We know that they get broken. Because I wanted it to be neutral. You know, I didn't want it to have aerodynamics pulling it too far back on the back. But those two fins there on top remind me of Spacebug. Yeah, Spacebug is another sci-fi TV series craft. There you go. Right. Let's get this tourist back home. That wasn't bad. It wasn't a bad test. It wasn't a bad test at all. %, value. And there goes the Kerbals, and where's the tourist? There you go. Anna's done. Right, you can go. If we use the old tug, because it carries more fuel, then we'll take some fuel to what's it called? Spacehawk. Spacehawk. So 116B4, wasn't it? We get the 116. 116B4. See, and this uses loads of solids. The other one didn't use solids, so right, make sure the tourist is aboard. Make sure the tourist is aboard. Right, Danbert. And let's just put some random Kerbals on there. Just random Kerbals. Make sure we at least have an engineer. Hadlow. Hadlow's done some stuff, hasn't he? Yeah, Hadlow's done some stuff. Orbit Kirby, orbit, yeah, right. Let's get going. Launch. Okay, F5 because we got this one's designed to use as solids. We throttle down because we don't throttle up the main core until we're at altitude. Right, F5 again, and T to put SAS on. Done that. Get the panels out. 83 by 77 is the orbit, which is fine. Panels are out. Panels out. We'll deorbit this later. It can deorbit itself. That's why it's got little wings on it. Okay, what's it called? It's called Spacehawk is what we want. Spacehawk. Where's Spacehawk? Cafe Alpha. Spacehawk 1, set as target. Our inclination difference is, let's choose this one. Descending nose, so we'll ascend, and that's 0.5 degrees difference. It's not a huge amount. Make sure the engine's running, and the engine is running. And Danbert, we got the tourist aboard, so hopefully he's got a little tick. Right, he's happy. Raise the apoapsis so our orbital paths cross. Excuse me. So I don't know if there's anyone. Yeah, I don't know if anyone in chat is subbed because I'm setting the stream data in OBS and I'm not using the control panel on YouTube. I'm using the control panel on OBS, which doesn't have all the options on it. So I'm worried that it's sending out notifications to subscribers, and I'd like it not to send notifications to subscribers. It's not like as if, because I don't want to spam people. I don't want to seem really needy, like that I want viewers or anything. No, I don't. I'm just worried about it because you don't have that option not to send notifications. And I believe you got that option if you use the YouTube control panel and not the OBS control panel. Just don't know if anyone's got any feedback on that, or whether doing these live streams every night, and the other night I did 2 in one night. No, whether it's too spammy or too annoying. You're the only streamer I watch, so I don't mind notifications. Thank you, Galaxy Bolt. Thank you, Galaxy Bolt. Hope I don't let you down by being really boring, because I do get tired on streams sometimes, because I stream at early hours in the morning and that. But it's not like I'm employed at the moment anyway. Yeah, was it 1:56 in the morning? Here anyway. So it must be late evening where you are. Right, where are we? Right, warp to next maneuver. What's up with Artemis now? Haven't the crew gone into quarantine? The next crew. Or I saw something on that earlier. It might have been on Reddit or somewhere. So they're getting ready to go. Okay, we're still 5.2 kilometers away from our target. Let me scratch my ear. That noise is strange. So I'm pulling my headset off my ear and scratching. They have. I didn't know this. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I only heard about it today, or at least read something. They're going into quarantine. I think they pushed it out to the pad again, haven't they? I don't keep up with it like other people, like I used to anyway. I just want to see the pictures they take when they're out there. That'll be awesome. I think wallpaper worthy pictures are going to come back. You know, desktop wallpaper and phone backgrounds worthy pictures. That's what I want to see. The moon. I haven't got a plush Kerbal, have I yet? I haven't got a plush Kerbal. If I went into space, I'd take a plush Kerbal. Plush Kerbal. There we go. To contact them. Is the microphone? Yeah, the microphone's still on yet. It doesn't have any fuel tanks for carrying RCS monopropellant on it. So, I mean, maybe that's a modification we can do at some point in the future. We can try and stick some monopropellant tanks on it. Do you think Kerbals think a 6-hour orbit is long? Their day is 6 hours. Yes, 6-hour day. Well, to them it's normal, isn't it? It's just going to be normal. I suppose they'll have the same sort of experience of days and nights as we do. Some days will be long, or some days will be shorter. You know, depending on what you're doing and the amount of attention you've put into activities during the day. But the length of day will just be normal. Oh, yeah, my allergies have been up lately, so I hope I had the microphone muted when I had to do my nose just then. Right, let's get the fuel transferred about. So make sure there's fuel in this back tank. A little bit. It's got little engines there, little thuds. Right, is there any Kerbals we want to go back on here? We can go back. Should we bring some Kerbals back? A Kerbal that's not an engineer or a scientist. Is there any pilots aboard? Yeah, we've got Lufrid. What's he doing? Lufrid's not doing anything useful. And Sonley, Lufrid, Dalok. Where? Wait, they're in here, aren't they? They're the ones in here. Oh, we filled up all the seats. We filled up all the seats. Doesn't matter. We'll just bring the Kerbals back that we've got. That's what we did. F5. F5 again. Undock. Close shield. Boom. Right, let's bring this tourist back. Otherwise we'll forget about him and leave him in orbit. Then we'll overtake the station now. So we're burning away from the station, so we're going behind the station. Because it's lower in our orbit, we're actually going to be going faster. Though we're going slower, we'll actually be, our orbit around the planet will be smaller, so we'll actually overtake it, and we'll be in front of it. It's a bit of a, that's orbital mechanics, the things you got to load in with orbital mechanics. It'll go past us now. We'll overtake it. See, round it goes, and the planet will appear on this side as we've overtaken it. There you go. See. So we lowered the orbit, made ourselves slower because our orbit's lower. We're actually the orbit is actually shorter. Right, where are we going? Lower into 80 by 80. That's what we want to do. 80 by 80. I can see the apoapsis and periapsis down here. 80 by 80 is what we're aiming for. Don't want to have too much throttle in case we overshoot and go past it. I did used to do it by 70%, 70%, just enough, but just above getting in the atmosphere. But I missed it a few times and actually had some unwanted deorbits. Actually, where are we going? Why is that number going up? Oh, we weren't facing retrograde. See, I'm not paying attention. I'm not paying attention. Retrograde, that's what we want. Wasting fuel for no reason. We should have plenty anyway. Okay, F5. There's periapsis. That'll do. That's a do a bit F5, and there's the mountain range. So we go just before it. Hello, something. I'm bringing back a tourist from orbit, and then once this tourist has come back, we'll change the orbit of one of the space stations. Oh, I've accidentally clicked quick save. Oh, okay. We're dedicated to coming back now anyway. Oops. Pressing quick save too often. We're dedicated to coming back. Okay. Retract the panels. Oh, bring up the fuel tank so we can change CMG in flight. Fuel tanks. Come on, Kerbals, you can do it. No, I was kind of hoping we could do that then. No, we can't fly it back. It's still a horrible thing. This is. Yeah, the space paint will be good once we fully worked out how to use this. This is the old Kerbal deorbiter. We won't bother on picking this up with the gantry thing. The local recovery vehicle. It's going to be too far to trundle across here anyway. We need to make it bigger, the recovery vehicle anyway. Something broke. Something broke. Never mind. Oh, it's the communication aerial. Never mind. All right, we'll just recover it and take the hit on recovered parts. And that tourist should be happy. So that tourist should be happy. Next, make sure the tourist is aware. We didn't forget them this time. There we go. Danbert was a tourist. Yeah, we didn't. We forgot them for the first flight. So that's it. We've got no more contracts. 628,000. It's not a lot of money, is it? So the graph should be showing down. I'm just going to have a look at the graph. Yeah, the money is quite down. Right. We're going to change the orbit of one of the space stations. This is... which one is it? Spacewalk. Spacewalk 1. Where is Spacewalk? There's Spacewalk. There's Cafe Alpha. Didn't realise you've got so much stuff in orbit. Well, stuff on planets, stuff in other planets. Spacewalk. Can't see it. Either I'm stupid or something, I just can't see it yet. There's Spacewalk there. Where is it on this list? It's not on the list, is it? It's not on the list. Spacewalk 1. It's like if we change to that, it'll show us on something on the list. See? If we change to this, it's not on the list. Oh, there it is. There it is. Sorry, I didn't see it. Oh, you know. In my defense, it's 2:16 in the morning. Right. Was that a satellite's orbit of the sun? Yes, I've got all sorts of junk out there. There's all sorts of junk out there, and I'd like to bring some stuff back. I don't know what's out there altogether. Right. If we move this to prograde, it's going to be slow. It was not on the list. I guess it had to be tracked because it says tracked objects. Yeah. This is not... This was designed not to move. It's got these little motors which are not really meant to... It's supposed to be held in spot. Right, we need to modify this thing anyway and have an RCS tank on it. Attach RCS tanks to it and... okay, engines... So what's that? So 2863 by 2863, I assume. 2863 by 2863. Right. F5 to save. Right, let's try these engines now. Let's throttle up. Go. Off we go. And if we run out of fuel, we'll have to bring more fuel to it. Yeah, 2863 by 2863. You could have plotted a maneuver node to see how you'll do. We could have. But I just thought we'll just randomly where we are in orbit, we'll just raise one end of the orbit and then raise the other. Because it's going to be a long burn with these little engines anyway. Yeah, slowly going. Sorry, I had the microphone muted. I never forget to unmute the microphone after I have to do my nose. I try and pull my seat closer to the desk. Yeah, there's a cat under my desk, so I can't sit very close to my desk. My nose is bad. My allergies are bad this week. I have taken antihistamine, but it doesn't seem to make much difference. Hello, Adam. Yeah, the current thing we're doing, Adam, what we're currently doing is we're maneuvering one of the space stations. It's not meant to move itself. These are just like, we do have thrusters on it, but it's meant to be a space station. So this is taking a long time to do this maneuver change. We're moving this into Kerbal geostationary orbit. This orbit is going to be left in an eccentric state. Yeah, I'm actually thinking about circularizing it from here, Galaxy Bolt. If we circularize it from here and then bring more fuel out to it in case we need it, then would it be easier if it was a circular orbit from here, wouldn't it? To get fuel out to it. In case we need to. We could have done a few more flights to get more fuel to it. Yes. So we'll try and circularize it and then bring more fuel out to it. But again, this is a space station. It's not meant to be manoeuvring like this. This is a space station. It's upside down. I mean, we've got docking ports on it. I mean, maybe we could have designed something to bring bigger engines up and actually attach to a docking port and push it out, couldn't we? Could have done that, I suppose. Oh, it's got so much momentum, but I'm trying to turn it back the right way round, isn't it? There's no RCS on it. Bye. Okay. Okay, bye. 5. There you go. It's more or less circular, isn't it? 819 by 873. That's fine. That's fine. Just wondering. I'm wondering what other things we can do. We just do a load of flights because we don't have a lot of money. So bring up random flights. Let's take one of the stages back. One of the stage it back. At least try and get some money back from that. We may have to do some more contracts to get some more money. How long have we streaming for? 1 hour and 33 minutes already. 83 by 77, that'll do. Where's that mountain range? We'll wait till the mountain range comes into the sunlight. Right, the microphone's not on, but let me unmute the microphone. Right, we're on a re-entry trajectory now. We'll bring the fuel tank controls up so we can change the C of G in flight as we feel we need it. Because this will swing around at some point and we'll have control like an aircraft. And then we land it with parachutes. Stop sniffing on stream. It's fine. At least the whole thing didn't explode. I know we could do something about that because it's just when there's a little bit of fuel on board, like one of the things at the front, like one of the pieces just explode. So we could try and do something about that because we got the new launcher now. Obviously now the space plane we tested earlier because we got a different launch stage for that, much bigger one that doesn't use the solids. Which is probably we don't have enough practice of bringing this back. Yeah, because when we brought it back last time, we brought the grappling thing up to attach to it and bring this back. So we've got wings on it. We got that. Right, we'll try this. I assume that's the central engine. Yeah, it is. So we're turning all the engines off except for one. I don't know. We'll just leave them all on for the time being. 84 by 78. That's fine. Retrograde. F5. Let's see what this one's like to bring back now. Where's the mountain range? Right. This one's even slower to maneuver. Okay, try this now. Yeah, maybe the design needs changing. Center pressure needs for being a little bit further back, do you think? Yeah, central pressure needs to be moved further back. Well, at least some bits got back anyway. Vessel destroyed, cannot save at this point. Right. Space Center. Recover. 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 The money should change when we're recovering tiny parts. Right, if we take fuel up to Space Hawk, I wonder if we've got like a orbital flyby Minmus. No, if we've got something that's just where tourists can go to, an orbit, suborbital flight or an orbital orbit around Kerbin tourist flight, then they're not going to Ike. Minmus. There you go, there's one. There you go. So at least get some money, conduct normals. Right. Ferry a VIP to his destinations. Gregor Kerman. Okay. Gregor Kerman. Just orbit around Kerbin, so at least we get some money for that. Is there any other tourists? Alright, we'll take Gregor. Gregor. Isn't that the name of the priest in Half-Life 2? It's Father Grigori. Father Grigori. You've already met my congregation. We'll take this up again because it's got plenty of fuel on board. What was the problem with this earlier? Can't remember. Right. Tourist, grab a tourist, just bung a tourist aboard. Tourists, right, we'll just take some random Kerbals. They've been on too many. John Hart can go because he's an engineer. There we go, random Kerbals. Random Kerbals. Right, let me adjust my chair again. I'm sitting awkwardly on my chair because there's a cat on my desk, under my desk. Launch. Of course, we could not have any Kerbals and just have tourists on their own. Okay, T, put throttle down, press F5. We'll do slow save because we haven't done one in a while. Right, if no one's chatting, I may put a podcast on. Just listen to something. Oh, Galaxy Bolt. The current goal is I've got a tourist on board, and we're going out to stick some more fuel in Spacehawk and get it up to it's the final orbit. Trying to get some more fuel out to it. That's what I'm doing. And we got a tourist on board to try and get at least some money back from this trip. I'm just going to block a stupid advert on the other monitor. Is the microphone on? Yeah, let me mute the microphone a sec. My mic isn't on. Your mic is not. Your mic is not on, by the way. In case you said anything. No, I haven't said anything. Thanks for reminding me, Galaxy Bolt. I'm listening. I'm listening to stuff on the other monitor. Also, my cat has just scratched the back of my chair. It looks like she wants attention. She wants to go out or wants some attention. So, what I'm going to do is, once I come down, I'm going to take a short break. But thanks for reminding me that the mic's not on. I did know it was not on at this point, this time anyway. Okay, that'll do. Okay, that'll do. I'm going to go take a break and then find out what my cat wants. Do you want me to leave this here on the Kerbal screen, or do you want the cat slideshow? I'll tell you what, I'll just put the cat slideshow on because I got to go and have a stretch as well because we've been streaming for 2 hours 18 minutes. And then we'll try and raise the orbit of the space station a bit further. The cat slideshow is better. Okay, cat slideshow coming up. I know, I've got to find more pictures of her. The problem is, almost all the pictures I've got of my cat over the years, they're all vertical and not horizontal, so they don't fill the screen. And then the horizontal ones, they're 4:3 rather than 16:9, the ratio. So they'll be cropped off top and bottom. So I need to go through more pictures. I got thousands of pictures of her over the years, but again, almost all of them are vertical. Anyway, I'll take a break for 10 minutes or so and then find out what she wants, and I'll be back in a bit. Just that little tweeting sound is one of the cat's toys, which is below my desk as well. She's been given treats. Hopefully she's not going to disturb me, and I've got a cup of tea. Whew. All right, back to Kerbal. What were we doing? What were we doing? How long has it been? Let me do my nose. Right. We've got that probe to do a bit, haven't we? We'll do that another time. It is. It's here somewhere. There it is, Spacewalk 1. We just couldn't find it last time. I think it's because it's further up than I expected. Putting the spacewalk into a higher orbit was the goal. That's the one? Yeah. Well, has it been reached? No, it hasn't been reached. I think it's still quite a way off. So set it prograde. Right. Well, what are we? So it's 819 by 874. So what is it? 2863? 2863. 2863 is what we need. I'll do F5 and press C and off we go. So not quite as far as that. Not quite as far as that. Is the microphone on? Yeah, the microphone is on. 2865. Uh, 2863, sorry, I'm just checking again. 2863. I mean, I think we don't need to get it perfectly exact as long as it's like somewhere around there. There you go, just 2863. How much fuel we got? I don't think we got enough fuel to circularize it. Oh, we got the whole tank there. Why hasn't that tank been emptying? Wait, that's only 20 kilometers off, 20 meters off. There you go, see? I just found out why isn't that tank? We've got a tank there, it's not emptying. Why isn't that tank emptying? If that tank is going, why aren't... I'm sure I've put fuel into these. Hang on, hang on. No. Well, let's find out. Let's see if we get all the tanks. Right, that tank, that tank, that tank. Right, got those 3 tanks there. Put them in. See, we can transfer fuel between the tanks. Is it because we don't have fuel lines? We don't have a fuel thing? We've had so much Delta V this whole time. Yeah, so the engines are only pulling off these. Because remember, this is a space station, so I never had to worry about moving it. Okay, all right. Let's get rid of that. Right, and get that tank on. It's a space station, so yeah, there's no fuel transfer hose between the tanks. Well, because it's a space station, never had to worry about it. Okay. Okay, we just punted loads of fuel out there. We did that mission to bring up an extra fuel for not much. All right, so I assume these tanks are the same, are they? So I assume these 3 front tanks are the same. Because, see, fuel transfer works. Fuel transfer works, so I never questioned it. So I assume it'll pull all the tanks in the centre is what it'll pull fuel from, I assume. The engines will pull fuel from. I'm muted? Yeah, I've been muting to have sips of my tea because I had a tea. I've got coffee downstairs as well, but the coffee I'll use when I go out. I'm having tea when I'm at home. Right. So I guess we could bring up a couple of fuel hoses and then connect them up, couldn't we? And connect them up with a Kerbal, just in case we move this again. Just that tank. Right, so that's there in line with the E. Is it filling up? Yeah, it's filling up. Just looking at the pointer. Bob now has to deal with being in geostationary orbit state. How long is 45 years? Yeah, he's been in orbit for 45 years. Poor Bob. We could just take Bob onto it on a trip, couldn't we? We could just take Bob, who's a scientist. He's been doing science the whole time. We could go on a holiday, couldn't he? Could go on a holiday to Minmus. I mean, we could do that. We could do that. We could bring the Kerbals back and just like do a crew change, couldn't we? We could do a crew change. Bob's opening to his own door. Yeah, well, when I went up there, I was a philosopher. We could do with the fuel, but a bigger Kerbal bus, that brings more Kerbals up and more fuel up. Something that's physically bigger than what we're using at the moment. So there's these tanks here. They might not be pulling from these as well, because there's these tanks here. Oh, there's a storage unit there. I didn't realise. Okay, that's not a tank. Yeah, that's fuel tanks. There's a fuel tank in there. Well, there's 3 fuel tanks there. We'll put them in the centre tanks. Sniff, sniff. Oh, see, look at that. I'm talking. I'm going to mute it again. All right. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine where it is, isn't it? It's not like it's moving. I was just wondering if it's worth going up and sticking those fuel lines on it. Got 53 seconds on perfection. It's fine. It's fine as it is. Well, we used a lot of money. We used a lot. Let me just have a look at the graph. Yeah, we've used a lot of money because when we start messing around again, I'd like to get over 1 million. Right. Build a new surface outpost on Minmus. Does it have to be in a certain spot? Building your outpost that can support 5 Kerbals on the surface of Minmus. I know. Extract 600 units of ore from Minmus. Oh, there you go. There you go. SPSOS is down. Yeah, we're down. We're down. We're down. It's like it's a market crash. It is. Extract 600 units of ore from Minmus. This is what we're going to do. As a consequence, do we have to bring it back? Do we have to bring it back though? As a consequence of somewhat worse than average extent. All we have to do is acquire ore. All right, okay, we'll acquire ore. Accept the contract. 2 tourists safely to the destination. Well, we're not going to do that. Plant flag on the moon. Well, anyway, let's get this done. 600 units of ore. Because I got the tug lander in orbit of Minmus. We could take one of the tugs out there and refuel it with by mining the. Where is it? Where is it? So Diplodocus is the flying crane we've got on Minmus. Spesos is named for people used for Kerbal funds. It's a portmanteau of space and pesos. Oh, okay, right. Spesos. Come on, come on. Load. Load. Right, this is our lifter, the crane that's in orbit. Well, it's not in orbit, it's on Minmus. We've got a miner, a ore miner near here somewhere. There's a tug, a rover, I mean. Flag, flag, flag. Some science experiments. Flag, flag, flag. Oh, there you go. There's a miner. It's got no ore on it, right? It's got no ore on it. So, extend the radiator, extend the solar panels. Extend the solar panels. We've got extend, deploy drill. Deploy drill. So you've got the ore tank there. We can put drills, put the drills over here. This ore tank only carries 300. Well, that's the drill, isn't it? Alright, that's why the menu's different. Right, deploy drill. Where's the ISRU? We'll stick that there. Right. So start surface harvester, start surface harvester. This will run out of power soon because it's using power, isn't it? Because we're also radiator limited, aren't we? Well, radiators get used when we're converting the ore to fuel. We got mostly full fuel anyway. Because this thing can launch into orbit and refuel other things. Yeah, I made an earlier version of this that couldn't launch itself into orbit, and we had to do a run up. You've got it on monopropellant production, by the way. There are monopropellant tanks on it. See, the monopropellant tanks on it aren't full, where the fuel tanks are. See, the monopropellant tank isn't full. Where is it? Start, stop. Yeah, okay. Right, there's some more. There's some more go in there. Quite a 600 units of ore. Alright, should we just empty the ore tank and then do it again? Jettison tank contents? Or we could try and land a tug, couldn't we? There you go. Or do we need 600 at a time? I don't know. Is the microphone on? Yeah, the microphone is on. $200, $230, $240, $250, $260, $270, $280, $290. There, done it. Done it, okay. I just leave that go, I guess. Leave that go. Leave that go. I'll just fill in those extra tanks with monoprop. Okay, so that's increased our money a little bit. 944, that's quite a bit. Okay, right, go back to the Space Center. I think the graph updates every 10 minutes or so. Where is it? It's by there. It updates every 10 minutes or so. I can change the update, so I can update it faster or update it slower. And it shows the last 100 readings it took of the funds. Spesos. Cover module from orbit of Kerbin. Shellwig. Shellwig wants to go. Shellwig wants to go around Kerbin. Right, let's go Shellwig and go around Kerbin. The cover module. Extract ore from Moon, deliver it to Kerbin. We don't have a way of bringing ore back to the surface. We don't have a way of bringing ore back to the surface. So that's something we can think about doing, can we? Should we accept it and then think and make something? Not Spesos. Spaceos. 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 Oh, peso, isn't it? Peso, Spaceos. Right. Sounds like breakfast cereal. Spaceos, like Cheerios, Spaceos. It's like Cheerios covered in I don't know, even more sugar and chocolate dust or something. We're inventing more unhealthy foods. Right. Observation? No. What have we got? We got rescue Shellwig from orbit of Kerbin. Right, we'll rescue Shellwig. Get the grappler and rescue Shellwig. Introducing Space-O's. The cereal of your child needs to become smart. It will send them to the moon. Each Space-O is a canister of compressed CO2. Guaranteed hyperactivity. Free whistle in every packet. Sorry, this is so funny. Cereal full of sugar and give to children and free whistle. all right, let's launch this. Should have a different flag on it? I always had the Welsh flag on this. Should have a different flag. The Hyogo Ken flag is good because it can be viewed upside down as well. The Welsh flag. Hyogo Ken is what I've been using lately. Accept. So now we've got Hyogo Ken on it. Launch. Set as target. Right. 5. Free brass whistle in every package. Terms and conditions apply. Yeah. Terms and conditions is the breakfast cereal company is immune from prosecution. We're not responsible for any damage the child causes by being hyperactive on sugar and cat on desk. Where are you going? No, she's jumping down. She's using the desk to walk from the window to get onto the floor. Where's she gone? No, she's having some biscuits. Sugar doesn't actually make people hyper, but I could imagine that the good feeling from eating sugar makes someone more hyper. I don't know, something to research later. I mean, I eat a lot of sugar. I mean, I'm trying to cut down on my sugars, but I don't buy sugar for myself. But my mother keeps buying me sugars. It's like I've got a whole pack of cookies and I've got a chocolate flapjack on my desk. Oh, I bought myself malted milks the other day. That's it, malted milks. So I got biscuits here, sugary biscuits. Who keeps buying you sugar? I didn't hear. Oh, my mother, my mum, mom, mommy, mum. You know, sugary foods like biscuits and because I like these chocolate flapjacks. And my mother goes out. I bought you a chocolate flapjack when I went out. Oh, you don't have to buy me that. I guess you never grow out with your mother to being a mother. I think. Right. It was 79 by 81. That'll do. Right. Get the panels out. There we go. So we're going to do an inclination change. That 1.3 degrees off. Right, okay, that's descending, so we need to ascend. Do an ascending burn on descending node. We have to activate that engine. We haven't activated the engine yet. There we go. Yeah, about eating sugars, because where is it now? Like 18 months ago, I listened to one of the podcasts where Chris Van Telecan was a guest. And he advocates for no sugar and give up on processed food. And I've been trying to actively give up on processed food. mean, because one of my ASD traits is that I don't have a varied amount of food that I eat. So I've been sticking to salads and just plain meats, but not the processed meats. And I've been having it in tortilla wraps for about 2 years now. Less than 2 years, like 18 months. Because I did try to have all fresh salads, and it was just too expensive, and all fresh meats, and it was just too expensive. So now I buy these fresh but packet salads. Yeah, I really recommend looking for the guest appearances on podcasts that Chris Van Dulliken did. He's a doctor from the telly, and he did a good series on the BBC many years ago, before I stopped, when I still was watching BBC. Because he's got an identical twin brother, Zan Van Dulliken, and they did a lot of experiments. Like one of them ate sugar for a month, and one of them ate nothing but savoury and fatty foods for a month, and things like that. They had two identical twins. Both vegetables are usually cheap. Yeah, fresh vegetables. Fresh vegetables, but I'm not fussed on vegetables or fruits. I'm not fussed on. I'd rather eat the salads. I mean, because I have a restricted diet. It's not a medical restricted diet. It's just part of my ASD where I prefer to eat safe foods. But I'm aware of it now. I'm aware of it. Right, there you go, 1 kilometre away, 0.3 kilometres away, and make sure that the periapsis is not going below 70. Where is periapsis? It's down there, 78, 78. Right, okay. Set to the maneuver node, the maneuver direction, and warp to next maneuver. There we go. 200 meters off. That's not too bad. Point towards it. Get the hook out. I don't know what this pod is. Oh, there you go. It's just a round pod. Oh, it's another round pod that will pop off, won't it? Like it did last time. Did anyone see that? A couple of streams ago where we brought one of these pods down and it popped off and the Kerbal went flying. Doesn't have to be too perfect. There we go. Okay, we're around about 80 by 80, so we can deorbit by here. Turn the lights off. For 5 again. Where's that mountain range? There it is. See, now I have made something, a space plane, that can try and bring debris back by this, but it's probably the jankiest thing I've ever made. I'll have to show you when we get back. Right, last time we deorbited one of these. This popped off and went flying. There's a bug where you can't pick up stuff if you disconnect it. So if we F5 now and then disconnect it and see if that bug comes back. So if we release, flag. See, we can't. There you go. Why are we not tabbing back? No, I can't tab back. Can't tab back. Oh, Space Center. Come on, the loading takes longer the longer we've been playing. We've been on this for 3.5 hours. That's not right. Recover. Rotate the camera. You could barely see outside the 2.5 kilometer zone. Is that what it is? Because we were too far away. Shellwig done. So that's done. Got Shellwig back. What's the money now? We're still 97. I wonder if we deorbit some of those launch stages and see if we can get the money over 1 million. Right, this is that launch stage. If we can get it back to the KSC. Right, 81 by 79. That's fine for deorbiting. Hang on, unexpected stop. Unexpected finish. Actually, I stretched my leg out because I didn't think my cat. Oh, sorry. My, I stretched my. I thought she was outside in a different room, and because she sleeps on the buffet under my desk, and I stretched my feet out to put my feet on the buffet, and she's on there. Oh, baby. Just to make sure she's okay. It's a cat. Oh, she's on the buffet. Okay. All right. Panic over. I thought, what the hell's. She's on the buffet under my desk. Oh, I carry on sitting awkwardly on my chair. Oh, right. Hang on, I'm waiting for Kerbal to load because I switched out, and when Kerbal's loading, you can't switch back. Right. Yeah, Kerbal's not working. Yeah, you're seeing a black screen, and I've got the actual Kerbal screen, and it's not moving. Has it crashed? Oh, no, it's not. There you go. There we go. Now, one of the bugs with Kerbal is that the docking ports can get stuck, and I believe this is a stuck docking port on one of the tugs. So I'm just checking. We've got undock there. So hang on, if I hit F5 now, let's undock and see if it works. Yeah, see, it doesn't work. It's a broken. Right, let's go F9 again. Because the docking ports break, so it means this tug is out of service as to be used as a tug. But what we could do is use it to pick up that debris from Minmus. Enable port staging. Make primary docking node. Right. Let's F5 this again. Now we undock from here. There you go, it works. Right, there you go. Right, set as target. We got fuel on board? Yes. So let's go and get it. Let's go and pick it up again. So we can use this to get. So it's a better tug probe. Right, and there's Gustav Eiffel. I don't know where one of my, because I got 3 of these tugs. I got Eiffel, Telford, and Brunel. They're all named after engineers. So this one's Eiffel. Yeah, Eiffel was named by someone in chat who was French when I was streaming on Twitch. They suggested Eiffel. I thought, yeah, that's a brilliant name for an engineer. Got it. How much fuel we got on board? We got a little bit. If we don't have enough to get to Minmus, right? We don't have enough to get to Minmus. Because we could because we got a, hang on, we got a land on Minmus. What we could do is take the ferret out there and land it on Minmus, and take the hook that's on the front of this. We could take that out there at the same time and land the ferret, have the tug, the Brunel be not rather than this. Brunel is connected to the ferret. The ferret is the Minmus lander. We could then connect that hook and docking port, the claw and docking port, to the front of the ferret and bring the lot back. Bring back that debris and land Kerbal on Minmus at the same time. Right. Let me go to the toilet a sec. Check the cat's okay. She's on the desk. She's sleeping. Great. The pod we need to rescue is going the wrong way. That's not what I expected. It's orbiting in the other direction. Should have checked that, really. Pain in the... Such a pain. Such an incredible pain. I'm going to have to bring another vehicle out, another tug out here to grab it. If we circularize the orbit, we'll leave the claw in orbit, then... No, we can't then, can we? What's the best way of doing that? I'm tired now. I've been streaming for 5 hours. What we could do is land the tug, refuel the tug, take it into orbit, try and get it to get the thing. Oh, this is going to be a pain in the ass. It's going to take us a long time to do all these tasks. So I'll tell you what, I might carry on with this tomorrow. I'm going to remember we got a tourist in orbit on the ferret, and the tug and the extra claw is attached. And then, yeah, so we'll get tourist down to the surface, and then the tug, when it's in orbit, we can refuel the tug, and then get the tug back into orbit of Minmus, grab the claw, grab it to do a massive inclination change so it goes over the poles, pick up that pod, and then do the inclination change back. We'll have to land it and then refuel again, and then pick up the tourists and the claw again and that pod, and then take the whole thing back to Kerbal. It's going to be it's going to take a while. It's going to take a while. I'm tired. I'm tired now. I'm tired, a little hungry. Because it's 6:02 a.m. and we've been streaming for 5 hours, 5 minutes. So I think I'm going to take a break. Grab some to eat. Okay. Right. Yeah, we've been streaming for 5 hours, 5 minutes. This mission, this contract, these 2 contracts are just going to be far more hassle than they're worth, I think. Anyway, I got to take a break. Thank you for watching. We've been streaming 5 hours, 6 minutes and 15 seconds. Okay, thank you for watching. Good night, good morning.